Alright everyone, welcome to the stream. It's time for us to attempt a hardcore Nuzlocke of Pokemon HeartGold using only bug types. Okay, now we are going to need to neum through some tutorial stuff. And between these two, I want you to ask yourself, welcome to the stream, Lastborn. I want y'all to just generally ask yourself, which of these is more likely to have a bug collection? And I think that's kind of obvious. She looks like she has a bug collection. Okay. And since we're going with the female character, we will go with Umbrella. Okay, we're gonna fiddle with some options real quick. Put it to set mode. I think if I remember right, it was like, yeah, it was number 13 that I wanted. Unfortunately, the first time you save in these games, it takes a pretty long while to actually have the save go through. So yeah, we are kind of just going to blitz through a lot of the early game stuff. And this will obviously be named Bug-type. Now, I realize that it's generally customary to pick the starter that will give you... Oh, hang on. I hit B instead of A. It's generally customary to pick the starter that will give you the hardest run, but honestly, this is going to be a pretty tricky run in some ways regardless. So I'm not really going to worry about that. Wait, did he tell us to... I think we're supposed to go this way. Oh, we're supposed to go to get our phone from Mom. Oh, I was mashing B. Welcome to the stream drifting. It's okay, we will be doing some tutorial stuff for a little while yet. And we are going to pick up a couple of levels on Totodile just to make breezing through some of the... Yeah. Okay, we've got water gun now. Okay. We got water gun now. That should make it a bit easier to breeze through any battles that we want to have. There isn't much that we actually need to do until we get our starter. And I am going to allow myself one quality of life adjustment to the typical rules, in that I'm just going to reset until we get a level 4 Caterpie as our starter. Because it's possible to get a Metapod or down to a level 2 Caterpie or if we were getting our encounters at night, it would be possible to get a Spinnerack at level 2, and all of that would just make it very annoying to try and grind early game. So it's generally not worth it. We're just going to get the best starter option level-wise available to simplify things. This is something that I've done in a couple of other runs, where we won't even bother resetting or incrementing the attempts counter. It'll just be you give me an apricorn case, right? Yeah. So yeah, we don't have Pokeballs yet. We'll be getting those in a minute here. Oh, I forgot to toggle on the running shoes. Yeah, that's one of the nice features of this game. You can just hit a button to be constantly running. It saves the trouble of having to remember to hold B while I'm trying to move quickly. Anyway, we're getting a little bit over-leveled because, frankly, it makes the rival fight a lot faster. But luckily, this is a lot shorter than the tutorial in, say, the Sun and Moon games, or, heaven forbid, Scarlet and Violet. I love Scarlet and Violet, I genuinely do, but it's... the length of the tutorial is painful. Anyway... your name this time will be... no, we'll go with Nerd. I don't actually have a great... yeah, I don't really have a great, oh. I keep mashing B because it's slightly faster for getting through text most of the time. We will have our mom help save money, because that's a source of some items that we might otherwise be unable to get. And it actually incentivizes us to participate in trainer battles, which is an interesting situation. Okay. Now, there's nothing to catch on this route, so we are just going to breeze back through it, and then we're going to drop a save state, so if we have to reset the run, we can do so quickly. It's worth noting that there are bug types on this route, it's just they're all through headbutt trees. And we have access to this area early on, which can actually be quite useful sometimes. But once again, the only bug types there are through headbutt trees, and we don't have a Pokemon that knows headbutt yet. Okay, and now saved the state, and we'll also just save in general. Okay, that's a level 3 Caterpie. We're looking for level 4 just to save ourselves time. The thing is, we need something that we can actually safely use to get some levels. And that's a Metapod, which is part of the reason that I was originally looking at getting this first encounter at night, until I realized that Spinarak is only available at level 2 here, which makes it really tough to grind, and it's just not worth the effort. Because practically everything that we can grind against are normal types right now. And that means their moves are going to be a bit stronger than ours. Oh, there we go. We officially have our starter. Oh, no, we don't. I didn't think that we would actually need to weaken it in order to catch a Caterpie. Luckily, we have Rage, which is a nice weak move as long as they don't damage us while we're using it. Oh my gosh. Just stay in the Pokeball, please. Oh my gosh. We actually have to load a state. We spent all of our Pokeballs on that. Would you stop? Goodness sake. Your name is Butter. I don't actually have a naming scheme planned for this. I'm kind of just playing it by ear. Alright, we have a starter Pokemon. Funnily enough, Totodile will come up from time to time later. Just because it's going to be useful for HMs mainly. Okay, we're going to get a few antidotes. I think we'll get 4. And a few a few Pokeballs. And 2 Paralyze heals. We'll go with that. That should be good. Alright, and now it's time to work on getting Caterpie up to a decent level. And actually, we want to be a bit particular about what we grind Caterpie on. Because we really want speed EVs early game. Hang on a sec, I'm doing a tiny bit of strategizing, because right now we're on Route 29. Okay, we're going up to Route 46. The reason we want the extra speed EVs is that it's actually going to be a tad tricky to outspeed Falkner's... Oh, jeez. Oh, which button did I... Oh, let's take a look at Butter. Mild nature. That's plus special attack, minus defense. Plus special attack is really good. Minus defense is going to be annoying because we're going to have a lot of physical attackers early game to deal with. But anyway, we're probably not going to be able to do any grinding against Spearow at the start. I mean, just look at how much a level 2 Rattata did to us. Rattata didn't even have super effective moves to throw around. Spearow starts out with Peck. So this is going to start out a little bit annoying, because it's very difficult to get levels on this thing early on. Okay, hang on. I keep trying to open up the menu, but I need to check what my controls are. Okay. X is 2. Gotcha. The minus defense nature is already rearing its ugly head right now. We're hanging around the 4-hit KO range on most of these Rattatas. Okay, that was a 3-hit. One of them was a crit, which might have actually mattered. I am just trying to speed things along a little bit by using potions rather than backtracking to heal up. I think these things can carry a berry that halves a normal type attack against them, which is what keeps slowing it down. It's a little hard to see when you're fast forwarding through it. Okay, this should hopefully be a level. Yes. Wait, why am I here? I need to be on Route 46. In case it wasn't clear, the reason I'm doing this on Route 46 is because the Rattatas can be level 2 here. They can only be level 4 on Route 29. Now, these ones still have a chance to be level 4, but they also have that chance to be level 2, which is what we need. Bit by bit. And I think the level 4 Rattatas can know quick attack as well, which makes them, again, a bit more dangerous to deal with, because a quick attack into a crit could not only steal a win that looks pretty safe, but could get us killed. Well, would get us killed by doing so. I think we'll do the train. I think we'll train here until Butter becomes a Metapod. Now, there is no level curving in this game, which means we're not going to be able to pack in as many EVs as we could have in some of the newer games, because we just get a set number of experience from each battle that doesn't depend on the relative levels of the Pokemon involved. That makes stuff tricky. Okay, that's level 6. Don't worry, most of this run will not be nearly as careful the height lock was. Because the height lock was brutally precise. This one, we're mainly going to be doing some early game grinding to get into a position where we can clear the first 2 gym leaders with basically just Butterfree. Some small support from Spinnerack, but mostly Butterfree. But after that, the run should open up a lot. And really, a lot of the luck we'll need is going to be centered in, whatchamacallit. It's going to be centered in the use of things like sleep powder. You know what, I'm going to see how I do against this thing. Nope. I didn't actually realize they had a move other than Peck, though. That was kind of surprising. It is unfortunately only a 25% chance to even encounter Rattata here. And out of that, it's only a 33% chance for the Rattata to be level 2. I've gotten surprisingly lucky here. Most of the Rattatas that we've encountered have been level 2. I don't actually know how the level selection works. It might not be a uniform distribution, so there might be a higher chance of the lower leveled Pokemon. I really have no idea there. Either way, couple more matches and we will at least have a Metapod. She does get noticeably better stats than Caterpie. So if we take a look at Butter now, yeah, that's a spike in defense, special defense. Everything but speed and attack, which I think might have actually gone down during the evolution, but don't worry. We might be able... You know what, we're going to do a little bit more, see if we can get to level 8. It'll save us some annoyance. It looks like we can fairly safely take on the level 2 Spearows now. Oh, never mind. We're out of tackles. We don't want to recreate that one episode of the anime. I'll be honest, I've always hesitated to consider Pokemon an anime. It always felt more like just a normal cartoon, but maybe that's just because I didn't really have a concept of anime back when I watched Pokemon. Oh, we just took a crit. Oh, it's raining. In-game. Not in real life. It's rather sunny, actually. Not as sunny as it could be. I imagine it's kind of a decent temperature outside. I don't know. I haven't been outside today. Oh, welcome to the stream be marching. We're doing some early game prep to make all of the battles that we need to go through manageable. You know, another run that I had considered for HeartGold and Soul Silver is ground types only. And then, like, 2 days after I had done some Googling to see if it would happen, Flygon HG posted a ground only run of either HeartGold or Soul Silver. I can't remember which. I think HeartGold. I might still do it at some point, especially because I haven't watched the run. But it was kind of funny timing. See, even though we could probably beat some of the higher level Rattata now, we're not going to because we want to minimize how much experience we gain from each battle to get as many EVs as we can. Well, we just got our first one shot of the run. It took a crit, but okay, that's level 8. That should be decent for now. Welcome to the stream, Rafkin. Alright, and in a moment here, we will have our first real battle of the run. Okay. I think we can walk past this guy down here. So this is either going to be Youngster Joey or a bug catcher. Oh, nope. Option C, Youngster Mikey. Gotcha. We're gonna take it nice and careful here. We have no shortage of matches that we have to get through. And I don't want to risk anyone until we actually have to. Like, even at this point, there's still a pretty good chance that Falkner is a complete wash. Okay, there's the bug catcher. And here is Route 31. So, we need to do something real quick. We are going to save and then do some speedy little time travel. Oh! We can time travel instantly in this game. That is so helpful. Okay, we need to take a minute and find a Spinnerack. Stop giving me Rattatas. Stop, okay? Just give me a Spinnerack. There we go. And it's always going to be level 3, so that's helpful. Yes, we caught it. And I think we will name her Penny after... Hang on. I need to check a spelling here. Oh, we might be able to fit the whole name in here. Penny... Hang on. We can do this. You just have to go camel case. Penny Parker. And now that we have Penny Parker, the time has come to do some training on Penny Parker. Luckily, Penny can be trained practically anywhere. You know what? We might actually hold off on doing any training with Penny for just a minute here. And there's a reason for that, which... Okay, basically, if we use Penny for some switch training, we can pack even more speed EVs onto... Oh. Hang on. While I'm thinking about it, there is now no reason to be nighttime. But yeah, if we use Penny for some switch training, we can manage the amount of XP we get on Butter even more. So, the cave here is accessible, and we could just try to navigate it in the dark, but I don't think it actually has anything that we really need early on. I'll double check. Yeah, nothing. There are no bug types in there. The closest thing is Dunsparce, which is still not a bug type. Route 31, though. Ah, there we are. Oh, let's see. Has TM44, which gives rest. And I think it comes from the dude right here. But we don't need it right now. Okay, and just like that, we have reached Violet City. Violet City is the location of our first gym badge. But prior to facing the Violet City gym, I believe we have to visit Sprout Tower. None of the gift Pokemon here are legal, so we don't have to worry about that. And we do want to be aware you know what? We are going to do a small amount of training here. We're probably only going to bother training against Caterpie because I think those will be the easiest for us to deal with. Oh, except for Bellsprout. Bellsprout and Caterpie. Oh, and Metapod. Metapod can literally only harden, and even though it can heal poison with its Shed Skin ability, which I'm really surprised hasn't happened yet. Oh, there we go. It happened. It does get us some quick and dirty XP. Actually, funnily enough, Caterpie are more difficult for Penny than Metapod. Because Caterpie can attack and can't be poisoned. I'm getting the feeling that Penny might not be very fast, though, which will be a bit annoying. We're just getting to level 7. That'll help us clear Sprout Tower with just Penny pretty easily. We want to keep Butter out of trainer battles for a little while yet. Okay. Level 7... Level 7 Spinnerack shouldn't have any trouble clearing through all of the required trainers in Sprout Tower. Okay, let's take a look here real quick. I want to make sure. So we can trade shards for berries here. So once we get the ability to get shards, we'll have access to a pretty good variety of berries. That's helpful. Other than that, it doesn't look like there are any meaningful... it doesn't look like there are any really important items here. You get a yellow apricorn. Oh no. Okay, at least I didn't have to follow him in. Oh, see, netballs now. That is something that we can actually make some good use of. Netballs will be very good for catching literally all of the Pokemon we get access to. So, we have access to this route, but everything on it is blocked off by this tree. We have access to the Ruins of Alph. But I think the only thing we can catch here is unknown. There are a couple of items here late game. So yeah, Ruins of Elf won't have much of an impact until later in the run. Route 32 down here is normally a decent place to visit because it does give access to a pretty good variety of Pokemon, but again, none of them are bug types, and I don't think we get access to any good items yet here. Oh, it has TM9 and TM5, so that's Roar and Bullet Seed. I don't think we can use either of them. At the very least, I'm pretty sure that none of our Pokemon at all can use Bullet Seed. Though actually the Old Rod wouldn't be bad to pick up, as I expect that Magikarp aren't worth too many XP, and they give speed EVs. But no, we're... Hang on. Is this first guy a trainer? Shouldn't be. Oh, he is. Oh, well, I can't pass him until I've beaten the gym. So he's not a trainer, he's just an annoyance. Okay, well... time to dive into Sprout Tower. Now here, it's pretty much just trainers, almost all of whom have exclusively Bellsprout, but there are a few wild Pokemon. Okay, so I don't think we can sneak past this guy. Second floor, this is going to be Sage and Nico. Not that it matters, both trainers on this floor have exactly the same team. Penny, it's time to show them what you're made of. And then it's time to back out and heal because I don't feel like spending more potions with my limited funds. And the reason we can do so well in this area with just a Spinnerack, even though honestly, at this stage of the game, Penny is pretty weak. Is because she quad resists their only attacking move. Yeah, I don't think I'll be able to get around this. Okay, this is back on floor 1. So this guy might actually be the relevant Sage. Yeah, we can't get around him. So it does look like that guy is the only trainer on the first floor, which means we didn't have to do all that fancy maneuvering around the first couple of guys, but oh well. Let's see, are there any actually decent items here apart from the Flash TM, which isn't actually that great? No. No, there's practically nothing. Oh, we managed to slip past one of them. Ah, but this floor, I don't think we can slip past. So, third floor, we have a dude with a Bellsprout, a dude with a Bellsprout, a dude with a Bellsprout and a Hoot Hoot, and a dude with 2 Bellsprout and a level 10 Hoot Hoot. That level 10 Hoot Hoot could actually be a bit annoying. Okay, now it is worth noticing that the next opponent we have has a Hoot, but it doesn't know a flying type. So I think we should be okay to deal with it. After dealing with it, though, we'll want to back up and do some extra grinding. Oh. Never mind. It looks like that dude on the right is the one with the hoot, is the first one with the hoot. So we are just going to go straight out of here. Alright, back to training. Because the next guy has a level 10 Hoot, which is actually pretty threatening since it knows Peck. We're definitely going to want Butterfree at the very least for that. You know, I think the dude might give us the TM for rest when we give him Kenya. Okay, so we have a bug catcher here who shouldn't be any trouble. I'm going to do some trainer battles because we want money. Money actually matters a good bit in this run. And in general, we are... Whoa. We're just gonna drop a quick save. And... restart. There we go. Let's make sure everything's saved properly. Yep, okay. Now, I do know that we can avoid all of the gym trainers in Falconer's gym. We can just go around the outside edge of his little floating platforms. So we can afford to get pretty close to the level cap here. Oh wait, I don't actually really want to do that. And once we pick up the amulet coin, that will help us with our money situation. The reason that I care so much about money is that there are a couple of items that you can only get by having your mom buy them for you. And a couple of them are really good. It's the only way that we can get a choice scarf, for example. Okay, time to beat up youngster Joey. Okay. And you know, there is an argument to be made that maybe I should have maybe I should have saved the trainers that I could encounter until I have the amulet coin to maximize profit. Can't actually remember if you can battle any of the people here on Route 29. If we can't, then that might be all of the trainer battles we can get at this point. Okay. Switch training. Oh, why did I do that? So yeah, there's not really much to say here. We can take a second and talk strategy for Falkner. There's not too much to say. We want to edge Butterfree right up to the level cap so that it's sure to evolve as soon as Falkner's Pidgey goes down. That should make the Pidgeotto ever so slightly more manageable. And if we get that, and we manage to outspeed the Pidgeotto, then we're in business. Because if we outspeed the Pidgeotto, we have a chance to put it to sleep safely. If we don't, things start getting a bit trickier. Because if we're not outspeeding the Pidgeotto, it can use Sand Attack, it can roost before we move. So many things. And if that happens, then we'll probably want to find a way to slow it down. We have some speed control options. The trouble is if we have Butterfree out at that point, then our speed control options are actually a little bit limited, because I don't think we'll be able to afford to keep String Shot on Butterfree. I would rather have Stun Spore. And I don't want to use Sun Spore against Pidgeotto because our best move there is going to be Sleep. Is going to be Sleep Powder. But even then, I'm not actually sure if that's objectively the best move. There's an argument to be made for both Poison Powder, which would limit the effectiveness of Pidgeotto's roosts, and Sun Spore, which would do a mix of speed control and potentially making it unable to move. So it's a whole thing, and I'm really not sure about some details there. Oh, I didn't mean to run, I meant to go to Pokemon. Yeah, it's an interesting scenario. There's going to be an element of luck. Like, that is something that we just straight up can't avoid during the Falconer fight. There's no one guaranteed strat for beating Falconer with only bug types. Well, there might be, but it would involve a bunch of calcs and could probably fail depending on the IVs of our team. And natures and such. Speaking of natures, I don't think I've checked what nature Penny has. Let's take a look. Penny, you have naive, which means minus special defense plus speed. That's not bad. I mean, I hate taking a defense penalty. Minus special attack would have been so much better, but plus speed could actually come in decently helpful. Of course, Butterfree will be outspeeding as soon as it evolves into Butterfree, but that's definitely still usable. Little by little. That said, if we don't outspeed Pidgeotto with Butter when the time comes to it, that's actually going to be really depressing since, well, we've spent so much time doing this. I should actually take some time and check IVs and such, in PK Hex, but I don't think I will. Again, I went with this run because it would be easier than the height lock by a pretty good margin. And part of that is that I really don't want to have to do calcs for this run. I really don't want to have to do calcs. And with that in mind, IVs and EVs become, well, IVs become a much more trivial thing, where really all we're super worried about is, well, IVs, since we can't mess with them, and I'm trying not to do calcs, are more of just a curiosity to have an idea of a Pokemon's capabilities, and can't really plan that much around them apart from, oh, this Pokemon has a very low IV in this. That might actually be an issue. It's harder to use a gut feeling about IVs for stuff like this because they typically have such a minor impact. That is barely even worth thinking about. I wonder which of these two is on a faster level curve, whether it's Butter or Penny. So it feels like Penny is leveling faster, like it feels like her bar is filling quicker. I think once Penny reaches level 12, we can head back to the PC to heal. Never mind, we're doing it earlier because Penny took a bunch of damage. Okay, we got Leech Life. That'll be helpful. And I want to reorder Penny's moves. For most of this, I expect we'll be using Poison Sting over Leech Life, even though Leech Life is slightly stronger. Poison Sting has better coverage for what we're doing. However, we can use Leech Life to deal with Rattatas, which will be helpful. There we go. That is the level where Butter evolves. We have a Butterfree, people. And Butter has learned Confusion, our single strongest attacking move at this point in the run. Look at those stats as well. Like, just compare stats real quick. Penny's highest stat, apart from HP, is attack. 3 of Butter's stats are higher than Penny's highest stat. So they both have pretty poor defense, which still isn't great. Okay, I think I'm going to do the grinding until level 12 with just Butter. That'll speed things up a bit, and more importantly, it'll help keep Penny from getting over-leveled. See, this is more of the experience that you would expect using level 10 Pokemon to grind against level 2 Pokemon. Just one-shotting everything. Part of the trouble with this run is that a lot of these Pokemon don't, particularly Butterfree and Spinarak, which we have to depend on early game, don't get many useful or strong moves. Like, we really are going to be very heavily dependent on Sleep Powder shenanigans with Butterfree in order to clear this run, in order to clear this early game. Once we're out of the early game, it should lighten up. For a second there, I thought that was a level 4 Rattata, but no, I had 4 PP left on Confusion. That was the 4 that I saw. See, it's aspects like this that make me prefer to do certain Nuzlockes on stream, where I'm using emulator and stuff like that, because without speed up, this would be so slow. I really should have looked up a trainer document before this to see if there are any details I could find on Falconer's, on the nature and IVs of Falconer's Pokemon. I thought about doing so, but then I forgot. Oh well, c'est la vie. Maybe if I really think I'll need it, I can check later in the stream, but right now, especially since I don't have my own IVs to compare to, it should be a pretty minimal... It would be a pretty minimal thing to check. Like, there wouldn't be much to be gained by it. Okay, now for the challenge of this scenario. So, we're about to gain access to several different powder moves. Now, the first thing that we can do is get rid of Tackle. We really don't need Tackle on Butter. But the rest of this actually has some level of decision-making to be done. Now, here's the thing. We have access to another way of poisoning Pokemon if we need to, through Poison Sting on Penny. So that is an option. However, Poison Powder off of Butter is a lot more reliable, coming off of a better Pokemon. And that's not trying to bag on Penny, but her stats can't keep up with Butter's right now. Stun Spore could be very useful for speed control, but if we manage to outspeed things anyway, then we can just focus on using Sleep Powder. And we could also use String Shot for speed control that wouldn't interfere with Sleep Powder. Of course, we do still have speed control with Penny. I need to take these off while I think. We do still have speed control with Penny's String Shot. So that could come into play. It just depends a lot on how we're going to approach the Falconer fight in particular. With that said, since we have String Shot on Penny, I'm leaning towards dropping String Shot for Stun Spore. That'll give us two different forms of speed control rather than just a single one, and Stun Spore could actually come into play in a pretty big way in some other matches. The main one that I can think of is Bugsy and his Scyther, who it may be best to just have paralyzed all the time. know what? We will drop String Shot for Stun Spore. Now, we are definitely taking Sleep Powder. The question is, do we want to replace... Oops. The question is, do we want to replace Poison Powder or Harden? Harden could actually be very helpful in tandem with some Sleep Powder shenanigans to help us take hits a bit better. Especially since after Falconer, we get access to Roost, which could be a big help. Poison Powder could still come in handy if we need to muscle our way through something that's taking a long time. With that said, I'm kind of leaning toward getting rid of Poison Powder. Just because, again, we have another means of causing poison. It's less reliable, but poison is less useful than some things, and I genuinely think that we're going to find ourselves depending on Harden at least once. Probably against Bugsy. Yeah, let's get rid of Poison Powder. And normally it would be a pretty bad idea to depend on these moves, but because they're on Butterfree, and Butterfree has the ability Compound Eyes, which gives it an 30% accuracy boost, these things are sitting at like 96% accuracy. So they're still not perfectly accurate, but they're a lot more accurate than they would otherwise be. They're accurate enough to rely on with semi-decent confidence. And the wild thing is, we could still technically... Like, there's a very small chance that we could actually still wipe to the random old guy in the tower with the Hoot Hoot. Like, that's a non-zero chance, I think. It would require us getting really, really unlucky. But... There's not much we have to play around with here. Oh, this is exciting. Luckily, this seems to get fixed if we save and restart. Okay, so this dude has 2 level 7 Bellsprouts and 1 level 10 Hoot. These Bellsprouts should actually be a little bit easier than the last couple, since even though they're higher level, we are also higher level and we have Leech Life, which is a stronger move. Okay. Now... we are going to attempt to poison this thing. We're at full health, so there's a decent chance we can take a few hacks, especially since Hoot Hoot doesn't have great attack. Yeah. Okay, so we could take one peck. We are now in crit range. So we're gonna bring in Butter. Just to finish it off. And now back to Penny to finish off the Bellsprout. Ah. Oh. Oh. Ignore the sound that I just made. I got confused by something irrelevant. We will double check to make sure that we can reach Faulkner without battling his gym trainers. I'm pretty sure we can. Yeah, so if we take a look, yeah, we can just loop around there, piece of cake. Okay, so now we want to get Butterfree close to the level cap, because we want her to evolve after Pidgey goes down. And we do want to keep pumping the Speed EVs. There's an argument to be made for trying to patch up our defense, but we can avoid having our defense matter too much if we can just keep outspeeding the opponent. You know what? Yeah, no, we'll keep doing this. Even though Butter doesn't have the option to use Leech Life to recover, we can still get by. And once we're a little bit into level 13 with Penny, we're going to need to just use Butter for our grinding anyway. We can afford to go a little bit past level 13 to keep pumping in the Speed EVs. Pack them in as much as we can, but Penny does seem to be leveling faster than Butter. And you know what? I'm going to drop a save here, just because I don't really trust it to not glitch out at a terrible time. Maybe we'll stop the switch training when Butter runs out of Confusion PP. That seems reasonable to me. The trouble is, we do have a bunch of required battles, and edging Butterfree close to the level cap means that we probably want Penny hanging a bit back from the level cap so that we can use her with a bunch of not difficult, but fully required trainer battles. Okay, time to go heal up. And that's all the switch training we're going to do. We could probably afford a bit more, but again, I'm trying to leave some space before the level cap when it comes to Penny. Whereas Butter, you need to be right up to that level cap, as close as we feel comfortable getting you. Doesn't actually have to be quite that close because we do have, like, we are going to get a decent amount of experience from the Pidgey before Pidgeotto comes out. And that'll speed things up pretty, that'll be a good chunk. So, we don't actually have to be super close, we just have to be close enough to be certain. Okay, that's at the level cap. I have thought about beating a couple of these level 2 Geodudes to get some defense EVs, but in the grand scheme of things, it takes a lot of EVs to get any stats at this level, which means more than likely it would go to waste. We'd actually need to kill a lot of these Geodudes in order to get even a single point higher defense. So no, we're going all in on speed. We're gonna have the zoomiest Butterfree ever. Not even accurate. There have definitely been zoomier Butterfrees, but we're gonna have a really zoomy Butterfree. That's all I can say. Back for another heal. One thing that we want to be... So there are a couple of things that we want to be aware of in the gym battle. So Pidgey's moves, by the look of Cerebi, are Tackle, Sand Attack, and Gust. I'm going to double check Bulbapedia, because this has Sand Attack listed twice, and that makes me suspicious. Pidgeotto's moves are Tackle, Roost, Gust, and Quick Attack. Now, among other things, that's Quick Attack, which has priority, meaning even if we outspeed, they can still get some hits, so we want to keep up the... We want to be doing a good bit of damage. And they have Roost, which makes it harder to break them down. Welcome to the stream, Bruce. We are doing some speed training in preparation for Falkner. So yeah, even our speed training might not guarantee us the edge, so it might not guarantee that we avoid damage, since Falkner can just go for... Okay, yeah, that's definitely close enough to the level cap that we'll level after Pidgey. But no reason not to do one more. Yeah, we need to keep the pressure on. And we need to keep that Pidgeotto asleep as much as possible. And even then, we're going to be taking some damage from Quick Attack, potentially. Though, I think Gust should do more. So that might bait him into going for Gust. Now, another important thing is that we cannot have any accuracy drops from Pidgey's sand attack when... Oh, no, I don't need to be in Dark Cave. We can't have any accuracy drops from sand attack when Pidgeotto comes in, because... Huh, okay, hang on. Johto League Bulbapedia. Falkner. Gym Battle. Okay, so yeah, looks like you're right, and I trust Bulbapedia a little bit more than Cerebi in some of these situations. So that's helpful. It looks like we aren't going to have to deal with Quick Attack. So if we can outspeed, we can pretty thoroughly keep it asleep. But we definitely can't afford to have any accuracy drops on Butter when Pidgeotto comes out. Now that should be pretty doable. As long as we hit our first sleep powder. Because I don't imagine that the level 9 Pidgey will be able to take many confusions. And if we do take a sand attack, that's part of why we have Penny here, because then Penny can switch in and clear us and help whittle Pidgey down. Alright, let's go. Let's do it. Okay, that's turn 1. Why? I'm an idiot. I need to not be in mashing mode right now. Oh, thank you, Butter. Thank you for making up for my mistake. Okay. That's level 14 on Butter. Should help here. Now just please let us outspeed. Yes. Okay, it's at least a speed tie. Yeah. I mean, based on the fact that the crit was a one-shot, a normal hit would have been a 2-hit KO, so the only way that it could have messed up is if Pidgey woke up that turn. Okay, and it looks like we're a little shy of a 3-hit KO. Now, I think he might have a potion or two. He probably has at least one. Let me see. It doesn't say he has any items, but I don't trust it. Okay, it looks like he didn't have any items. First gym badge! Let's go! There was probably more worry that went into that than it really justified, but what can I say? And we just got the TM for Roost, which will probably be very useful on Butterfree, on Butter. Dang it, Professor Elm, we have to talk to you. Okay, so... No. You know what, I'll take it because I don't think any of my bug types can actually learn Fly. So having Heracross win, that is actually a very critical question to the run. Heracross, unless I'm much mistaken, right before Whitney. Which is a big help, because I really wouldn't want to try and cheese my way through Whitney with Butterfree. Like, by the time Whitney comes into the picture, we would have Paris as well, but pretty critically, just north of Goldenrod City on a route that I believe we can access before beating Whitney is Yanma at a 1% encounter rate. And Yanma is our only bug type that can learn Headbutt. Like, I'm allowing TM or HM slaves for some things. It could have helped at Bugsies. I think it learns Aerial Ace at a pretty low level, actually. Wait, you're kidding me. Totodile can't learn Rock Smash? That was the entire reason I just got it out of the box. Oh, that's annoying. Okay, so there is a chance that we might have to catch an extra Pokemon to be our HM slave for Rock Smash. That's fun. I just kind of assumed, like, it looks like a Pokemon that could learn Rock Smash. Everything can learn Rock Smash. Well, we'll hold off until it's actually necessary. Okay, we got Miracle Seed. Can't get past there without a cut. I suppose I should actually pay attention here to what trainers we might run into along this route. That first one was probably youngster Albert with a Rattata and a Zubat. And she is probably Picnicker Liz with a Nidoran female. Sure, what you gotta tell me? Croconaw has Rock Smash, okay. I might just take a second and cheat real quick. Hang on. We're gonna drop a save. believe this is how I do this. Hang on. One moment. Sorry, I had to cut off the sound on here. Sorry, it's just so you don't hear the tutorial over the thing. Hang on. That's how I do it. I remember now. No, not that. Oh, I forgot to change to intense music for... Oh well. Export backup memory. I'll just drop it on the desktop. There we go. Okay, now this should be pretty straightforward. Congratulations, Totodile. You are now level 16, and you are a Crocodile. You know what? Hold up. I forgot to pause the emulator. Does Totodile not evolve into Crocodile at level 16? It's throwing an error here. Why is it level 18? And now, import backup memory. should do the trick. While we're here, I am going to take a look at some of my Pokemon. Okay, so we managed to pack 198 speed EVs onto Butter. And wow, Butter actually has pretty decent IVs across the board. They're all in the 20s. We got 20, 20, 24, 29, 23, and 22. That's solid. Looks like Penny's attack EV is her weakest, which is a bit sad because her best is special attack. I would love to get those reversed. But still, manageable at least. Anyway. What do you know? That happened super fast. Okay. Anyway. Now that we have access to Rock Smash, it literally doesn't matter. We can never use you in battle again. While I'm thinking about it, okay, so as of right now, we have access to some helpful additional options. The main one being we can come to this small patch of stuff in the ruins of Alf and smash it for shards. Sometimes Geodude will try and cause us problems. Oh, I forgot to start up the music again, my bad. And we might not actually bother taking the time to smash for all of the shards that we want. In fact, no, we're definitely not going to do that. So, Ruins of Alf gives us access to those items. Which means, if I go into my items real quick, let's just give myself 900 green shards. Not red scarf. Red shard. 900 red shards. 900 blue shards. And 900 yellow shards. Yay, we just did so much grinding. Like, that's crazy. And just like that, we have so many shards. And the game glitched. Okay, now there is a juggler somewhere here in town. No, I did. Didn't you see? I just did that. I just spent many hours grinding for shards to trade for stuff. Okay, and I can rock smash for... I can rock smash for star pieces. That is very helpful to know because that means that I can give myself infinite money. Okay, so as far as Violet City goes... There's a juggler. Hang on, I need to... Violet City... Berries. Okay, the juggler is near the Pokemon Center. Is it this dude? Yes, it's this dude. Okay, I'm going to spam buttons here for a minute. And yes, I totally could have just given myself all of the berries that this has, but, you know, where's the fun in that? I need to make some of the grinding a little bit more visible, I've found. Otherwise, people might think that I have an uncle at Nintendo or something, and, well, frankly, I don't anymore. Not after he got arrested for war crimes. But don't worry, he was totally guilty. I am mashing too fast. I want to trade for other stuff. I need to stop just mindlessly mashing. I should have started by trying to do all of the others, because I would mindlessly mash through so many things. I mean, the positive is that this is an extremely efficient way to get berries in the game. Like, I can actually imagine that this would be worth... Like, even if I didn't have the option to speed the process up a bit, this would be worthwhile for getting berries. And who knows, maybe I will take the time, maybe after stream I'll just go ahead and do it. But it's sometimes nice to see why exactly we have access to the items that I'm just kind of getting. Still, the really nice thing here is that if we get, so that because we have access to Rock Smash, we now have hypothetical access to infinite star pieces, which means I can go ahead and get all of the money I want for my own account. It does not, however, impact the money that Mom gets, and it's important to have Mom get money. In fact, it's so important that I should really go through the effort of finding out how that whole system works, and whether I should whether I should let the money build up before I check with the person in the shop. Because it would be really nice to get a hold of a choice scarf. That's the main thing that I'd like. I like the Mount Lava Lava theme for this, because it's like we're collecting berries in a jungle. Let's see, how many did I spend? Yeah, it looks like I could spend 2 more green shards. Yeah, you know what? I'm gonna balance them all out, so that's... I went 1 over on red shards. I'll spend 1 more green shard, 3 more blue, 8 more yellow. And just like that, we spent almost exactly the same number of shards with all of them. Okay. Back. In a moment, we'll be heading back to Route 32. I will say, one thing that I've been debating internally is how I want to handle rock climb. Because, for those of you who don't know, rock climb on a member of your party is an absolute requirement for getting to Trainer Red at the end of the game. You have to have a Pokemon that knows... Oh, thank goodness it paused me there, because I think I was about to walk into an optional battle that I wanted to avoid. You have to have a teammate with Rock Climb. or you can't reach him. And I'm not actually sure whether any of the Pokemon on our team get access to Rock Climb. There's a chance that one or two from the bug catching contest might. Well, that's about it. And I'm trying to decide if I want to find a way to circumvent that. Heracross gets it? Yeah, see, Heracross and Pinsir are the ones that I think might get it, but I'm not sure. If they don't, I might just make... I might just do some special grinding in order to get a Heracross or a Pinsir with Rock Climb. Or I might not bother, and I might just accept that it's not happening. I'm trying to remember. I don't think I hit an obstruction that would prevent me from coming back this way to fight the trainers when I feel like doing so. If I encounter one, I'm going to have to stop and come back to clear the trainers. Ow! Well, you're gonna regret that. See, if you had just let me go by, I wouldn't have had to kill your Wooper. I'm guessing that guy is not a trainer. Oh. Hang on. I didn't actually remember that thing, but okay, Pinsir can. Of course, there's a very real chance that we don't get Pinsir, so that might be a moot point. But anyway. I forgot this was a thing. It's pure luck that we're doing this on Friday. Apparently someone has a shell bell for us. I don't know where that is. Anyway. Give that to Penny Parker. Heck yeah. So if we get Pinsir will be able to handle the rock climbing. If not, we might still circumvent that. Just because I find that an annoying part of the thing. And because I doubt that that one Pokemon will make the difference in whether we can actually beat Trainer Red. Oh. Well, okay, we should be able to handle this. Oh, there it is. Okay, so Cerebi had the Shell Bell and the... Cerebi had Shell Bell and Miracle Seed backwards, because they said that Shell Bell was a gift, and Miracle Seed was on the floor when it was the other way around. Okay, now for a bit of a trickier part. Because this guy, right down here, has an Onyx that knows Rock Throw. And that could be a problem if we get into that battle. Anyway, Onion Cave. Welcome to Onion Cave, everyone. Oh, and that's a fire breather. We don't want to run into him. Yeah, this cave is a pretty awful place for a bug-type trainer to be. Okay. This other guy has a Geodude. He has 3 Geodudes. Oh, and I walked right into it. None of them have rock moves, so they're a lot less of a problem than the alternatives. But they do get up to level 8. Why does it not feel like... Oh, this is definitely not shuffling. I was wondering why this was all Paper Mario stuff. That's because I've got all of the Paper Mario stuff in order in that playlist. I thought I had set it to shuffle. Venipede learns it. I level up. Oh, that's a funny one. See, the nice thing here is that outside of a few niche scenarios, Butterfree is enough to deal with practically anything we could run into about now. So if we're in a real bind, we can just go with Butterfree. We can just break out Butter. Okay, who's this? This guy is Pokemaniac Larry, who has a Slowpoke. You know what? Happy enough to kill your Slowpoke. How did that not finish it? Level 40 feet, level 40 for Venipede, 46 for Whirlipede, and 50 something for Scolipede. Interesting. Okay, so far there isn't anything that we can't get past going back. Which means when the time comes, we'll probably revisit a few of these trainers too. I mean, to be fair, the Venipede line is probably the strongest poison bug line. At least for physical poison bugs. I suppose that Venomoth might be a bit stronger overall. Okay, so we're on Route 33. It always rains here. Yeah, so that hiker could have been an issue if we bumped into him. We may actually want to just deal with him rather than risk it, because that Geodude could unironically kill our entire party if we bump into him at the wrong time. Yeah, we may actually want... I'm not questioning why you're worried, why you know Anthony by name, because honestly, he looks pretty problematic, and it might be best to just go out of our way to kill his Pokemon. I'll clear the required battles prior to Bugsy first. And I should actually check the level cap for Bugsy, because we could wind up playing it pretty close with level up with our experience. Yeah, Scyther is at level 17, which doesn't give us a ton of wiggle room. So yeah, I'm pretty sure... Oh, welcome to the stream, Emmy. Okay. So yeah, we don't have that much wiggle room when it comes to the level cap for Bugsy. Okay, and we don't have any items to worry about around here. I'm guessing that rival battle happens after Bugsy, so we may want to bring some healing items into Bugsy with me. Yeah, Kakuna is only available in the bug catching contest, and like the Weedle line for HeartGold is only in the bug catching contest, and I'd like to avoid getting it if at all possible. So yeah, that's a thing. We will definitely be buying some net balls as soon as we have access to well, actually no, we should probably just buy some net balls. There are several Pokemon that it would be helpful to have net balls for. Okay, so that's what we're going to encounter here. Yeah, okay. This one just has Rattata. I love how they used focus energy and then we got a crit. That's satisfying. Yes, we're learning Nightshade. That is so helpful. Get rid of Constrict. But yeah, netballs are great. Netballs are unironically really good in most Pokemon games because they're available early, and they tend to be useful for at least one really strong encounter. I'm pretty sure we can't dodge this lady, and she has Zubat and Ekans, so it's time for Butter to do some work here. Any items that we want to find down here? I mean, there's the King's Rock, but that's too far along. TM18. Okay, this next grunt has Rattata and 2 Zubats. Yeah, water only and sword would do the trick there. One nice thing that we can note, one nice thing in this process is that Butterfree does pick up Gust prior to Bugsy, which means we'll have a super effective stab move into Bugsy. It won't be much, but it'll be slightly stronger than Confusion. If it weren't such a weak move, it would be much stronger than Confusion. Okay. You know what? I'm gonna play it safe. Just gonna go back and heal. We shouldn't actually have any issue with the upcoming fight, but better safe than sorry. Oh, and Togepi hatched into an egg, and I accidentally didn't give it a nickname. I probably would have called it like Larva or something to make it seem like a bug. But yeah, no, netballs are genuinely one of the better alternative Pokeballs. There are only 3 alternative Pokeballs that I... Oh, and if we revisit Professor Elm, he'll give us a reward for hatching Togepi. Anyway, there are only 3 Pokeballs that are common alternatives that I actually find useful. There's the netball, which is frequently the best option for catching water and bug types, because I believe it gives Ultra Ball odds, and it's usually available way before you can get access to Ultra Balls. It might even give better than Ultra Ball odds. Plus, it's cool. But then we have the Quick Ball, which is arguably the best Pokeball in all of Pokemon, other than the Master Ball, but you only get one of those. And usually you just wind up never using it. And then there's the Timer Ball for when your Quick Ball fails. And you wind up just chucking Pokeballs. Eventually Timer Balls will outpace the Quick Balls. Anyway, Butter, you're up. We could catch a Slowpoke, but we're not going to. I am often labeled as the scariest and cruelest guy in Team Rocket. Okay, buddy, be careful not to cut yourself on that edge. Dusk Balls are actually good, I forgot about that. Yeah, those 4 are by far my most used. Heal Balls don't tend to come up, because usually you can just go and heal. And I can't think of the other ones. But in games where you get access to a good variety of those Pokeballs, it's actually usually worthwhile to stock up on them, because a lot of them are going to be better. You can usually find at least one of them that's going to be better than your alternatives. Yeah, Dive Balls, there's no point when you've got Net Balls. There's just none. There are so many Pokeballs that have boosted odds against water types. There's Dive Balls, Net Balls, Lure Balls. Like, why? Okay, this thing does not have self-destruct, so that's good to know. So we were risking getting poisoned there, but I don't think this can take it. Yeah, Apricorn Balls can be pretty decent, if you actually know how they work, which I don't. See, at least in Gen 2, a lot of them didn't do what they said they did. For example, there are like 2 Pokemon who you get boosted odds against with a Heavy Ball. One sec. My room isn't heating up as much as it does on games with more demanding... on games that are more demanding for the system, so there was no point. I won't bother getting any of them. Yeah. In a lot of situations, it's not that worth it, but you can get boosted odds. However, here, they're just free net balls in a situation where I can make them work. So it's like, who cares? Speaking of net balls, though, I think we might actually be able to potentially pick up... So hang on. You do have net balls. You know what? Give me 3 for now. They're expensive. Moon balls only have better odds against Pokemon that you can evolve with a Moonstone. Yes, I'm aware. That said, net balls will be very helpful. Oh, this is how you start this fight. Okay. Well, we're not in a great place against this guy, but I think we can still beat him pretty safely. He has a Zubat, but it hasn't hit the level where it knows Wing Attack. His Bayleaf is going to be a bit annoying. But it's a Bayleaf. Sadly, we have to drop Confusion before we face his Zubat. Might turn this into a 3-hit if we're really unlucky. Okay, that looks like a 2-hit. Unless it was a high roll, low roll situation. And I believe that powder moves, yep, they still work against grass types in this thing. Yeah, no, that's, like, star piece grinding is the reason that I can technically get unlimited money here. And I am going to switch real quick to spread around my levels. Funnily enough, Penny can still do meaningful damage to Bayleaf. Probably not enough to kill without poisoning, but meaningful damage at least, with Nightshade, even through Reflect. But first things first, we're going to poison. There we go, we got a poison. And that was probably the last synthesis. Ah, yes. Repeat balls. They're one that you never really you're never going to make use of in a Nuzlocke, because it's generally the case that you use Dupes or Species Clause. Anyway, okay, we've cleared that. Let's take a second, switch Penny up front, because we're already getting frustratingly close to the level cap with Butter. Oh. Ah, this one. Oh, I remember how to do this. Anyway, the reason that we're in here has nothing to do with the far-fetched and getting cut. Okay, run away. Yeah, the reason that we're in here has nothing to do with far-fetched and getting cut, and everything to do with trying to run into a Paris. Which unfortunately means that we're going to be wading through a non-insignificant number of Caterpie. Okay, let's see now. I'm trying to remember how to do this puzzle. luxury balls can be useful. It's true. If I can get one before I get a Zubat, I'll tend to use a luxury ball on Zubat, for example, because it makes getting to Crobat a lot faster. Okay, I think I have to chase it to the right. And I do actually have to be somewhat careful while I'm doing this puzzle to make sure that I don't accidentally run from... well... this is how we do it, I remember. To make sure I don't accidentally run from a Paris. Okay, we got the HM for cut. We can't use it yet. Hang on, I need to check something. Ilex Forest. Okay, no, they are in here at all times. It's just only 15% encounter rate. Versus... Huh. I would have thought that it was nighttime in-game, but if it was, we would be encountering Oddish, not Caterpie. So I guess it's considered day? Apparently? Oh my gosh, that means that we're at 5% odds. Hold up. Hang on a sec. We're going to fiddle with the time. Yeah, let's just change it to almost midnight. Oh, you know, those Oddish could actually be useful for grinding special attack EVs on Butter. We haven't been able to do that much so far. There we go. There you are. Okay. And you know what? I can safely damage you using Nightshade. And you've definitely got more than 16 health. Yeah, Zubat and Budu are both prime targets for luxury balls. Or friend balls if you get them, but again, those are pretty limited. Alright, we just got Paris. I wonder what ability it has. Dry Skin would be nice for potential water-type enemies. It's generally better than Effect Spore, but I never seem to get Effect Spore. Oh, you know what we can name you? You can be Toad, because you got mushrooms. I could have gone with Captain Toad as well. Okay, so, Toad. What's your deal here? Dry Skin! Hey! Pseudo Water Absorb and extra and damage from the sun, which is pretty inconsequential here. I don't have a name theme for this run. I couldn't come up with one, and I felt lazy. So the name theme is whatever I think fits the Pokemon that I'm choosing. So right now, we have Penny Parker the Spinnerack, Butter the Butterfree, and Toad the Paris. I'm kinda just flying blind here. Okay, we'll want to do some switch training with, Oh, and we can learn Spore on, level 17 here. That's fun. So that's before the Bugsy level cap, not that it should matter at all. Yep, at level 17 this generation. Most other generations, it's later. For example, back in Gen 3, it's not till level 25. And looks like by Gen 5, it's up to level 22. I'm guessing it sticks at level 22 for the remainder. Maybe in Let's Go it would be different. Nah, after this it's level 22 on. Yes, I'm aware that Shroomish doesn't get it until disgustingly late. It makes me angry, but what can you do? I mean, it's kinda hard to begrudge it with Paris because, to be fair, it is Paris's signature move originally. Still, this is pretty much the butter show for the foreseeable future. We're still going to be pretty heavily butter dependent going forward. Okay, back to Azalea Town. We have to figure out which... Until Heracross, yes. We have to clear the gym trainers in order to get to Bugsy. Now, if I recall correctly... it's this one to make it all the way across. So we can skip this first gym trainer. It's kind of a funny thing. Okay, so this is either Bugcatcher Benny with a team of the full Weedle line, or Bugcatcher Al with Caterpie and Weedle. I'm gonna lead with Toad to spread around the XP. Luckily, we can safely switch in Penny on poison moves. It doesn't cause an issue. Penny will probably have to deal with Weedle all by herself, but that's not really a problem. And all this thing should have is heart. See, that Nightshade came online at a great time, honestly. This is the tricky bit because we have to deal with Beedrill firing off Fury Attack. But only back-to-back 5s with a few crits mixed in there could actually have caused an issue. Oh, that was a speed tie. Okay, that was more... that was closer than it should have been. I thought we were safely ahead because we outsped the first 2 turns. Apparently not. Oh, that was more stressful than it should have been. Oh, I just realized we can use Bullet Seed. Hold up. Hang on, so real quick. Paris. Bullet Seed. Wormadam can also use it, and I do believe that we get Wormadam prior to the post game, weirdly enough. But no, we're just gonna use it here. We're not gonna have a better opportunity to use it. And it'll give Toad a stab move that it can actually take advantage of when we do some grinding. I might focus on grinding against Geodude. Okay, let's see. Pulling the lever right away would just make us battle that person on the right. There's no reason to do that. So it is Gen 4. Hang on. Here, I'll show you. This is a bit of a weird scenario. Oops. Okay. So, let's take a quick look over here at Poke Earth. And we are going to jump ahead to Violet City. No. Mahogany Town. I think that's the one. Nope, that's not it. Oh, let's see. This is an obscure thing that I found while routing. Route 38, okay. If we jump on ahead to Route 38, this is an interesting thing. I'm not certain on this, but based on just the information here, I think it's possible. So Route 38 is a path which contains multiple paths with trainers or grass on them, blah blah. As well as this, there is a special area on the south only accessible by rock climbing a cliff in Route 39. That single area has access to a honey tree, has access to a headbutt tree where you can encounter Burmy. And I believe it's supposed to be the only Pokemon you can encounter in that special tree. That's the situation that we're dealing with here, so Johto, Route 38. Easternmost tree at the top of the hill, accessible via Route 39 by rock climb. Do you not get rock climb earlier? I thought you got rock climb before the post game. If I'm wrong there, then I guess I'm wrong. I don't actually know when you get the HM for rock climb. I thought it was earlier since you can't access Mount Silver. Oh, you get it for beating Blue. Okay. Well, I stand corrected. Anyway. not that. That. Anyway... Alright, so pulling the lever right here would send us right to the trainer at the back right, and there's no reason to do so. So we'll want to hop in here. That'll take us there, we'll cross the blue, and we'll wind up fighting the twins. Well, I mean, that simplifies how the battle is going to play out. It should actually be pretty doable. Ledyba is there, and Spinarak, neither of them should cause much of a problem, even switching Toad for another Pokemon. Okay, Toad, return. They're probably going to double up on Toad as well, since it's the weakest. And weirdly enough, Ledyba is the bigger potential problem here. So let's just put that to sleep. So Ledyba has Supersonic, and that's really the only problematic move our opponents are carrying. And then we'll gust the Spinarak to death. Okay, so now we can pull that lever. And that brings us here. Pull that lever. That brings us to Bugsy. And we can pull this lever so that we can get back. Okay, we have cleared all of the gym trainers that we have to face. So now it's time to get up to 11. Aw, say hi to the dog for me. Give the puppy some scritches. Okay. At this point, I think it might be smart... Okay, while we're trying to pass Hiker Anthony, I'm going to be leading Butter. Because Butter does have the best matchup into Hiker Anthony. Okay. We'll probably clear Hiker Anthony when we get the chance. But first things first, we're going to back up all the way to Route 46 to do some training with Toad against some Geodude. Some nice low-level Geodude. We won't be exclusively focused on the level 2 ones, though. I believe, yeah, I already beat you. Okay, at this point, we're safe. I'll take on some of these trainers after I've done some grinding, especially with Toad. Because, again, I want the money that's going to Mom to try and build up to getting a choice scarf. Oh. And I'm going to fix the time time, since it once again doesn't matter whether it's day or night. Anyway, the reason we're going back this way is that Geodude will be a very nice option for Toad to train up against. The defense EVs will be helpful for making sure we survive to get off spores. Oh, there's a community day tomorrow. Expect my dad will be excited about that. He still plays Pokemon Go quite regularly. What's the community day for? Charmander. I mean, they could have come up with more exciting options, but... Oh, you know what? We might actually be able to do some good training here in the Dark Cave if it actually chooses to load. Okay, I know that's not how it actually is. It's glitching. Hey, fair enough. I've never been enough of a completionist for stuff like that. I don't think I've ever fully filled in a Pokédex. I've never done much serious shiny hunting. Rattata and the Geodude will give me some very nice XP here. Shouldn't take too long. Trying to catch the shiny Mew from the research thing, and you need all 151 caught. That just sounds painful, honestly. I did enjoy Pokemon Go for a time, but I did get a tad addicted, and it was a waste of time. I think I deleted the app around the same time I deleted the Facebook app. I just needed to cut down on the amount of time I was spending on those things. These days, the only... Oh, that could have gone bad. Yeah, these days, the only... social media I'm on regularly are YouTube and Discord. And I guess Twitch technically qualifies. I scroll Reddit from time to time as well. I love how Mew has a higher Pokédex number than Mewtwo. Just a funny detail there, but... I mean, I think theoretically the reason is that lore-wise they discovered Mewtwo. Like, they created Mewtwo before they discovered Mew. But even that lore isn't consistent. Like, I think in Cinnabar Island, the journals say that they resurrected Mew from a fossil and then it gave birth to Mewtwo. So, who knows, really? It's actually been way too long since I last played Fire Red or Leaf Green. I do kind of miss it. I just don't have any good run ideas for it. Who knows, maybe someday I'll try like water only there. I'd try electric only if Brock wasn't borderline impossible. Ground only could also be an interesting one. Because you can technically get Nidoran or Nidorina, Nidoran and Nidorina prior to Brock. And they evolve into ground types. But yeah, Misty would be awful then. I do think that Nidoking has a chance against Misty, from what I recall. It's a very bad chance, because you have to like teach it Mega Kick from the move tutor and deal with a 70% accurate move. But I do think it has a small chance. Misty tends to be the hard wall against a lot of challenges in Fire Red and Leaf Green. Like, Fire only would probably be doable since Charmander learns Metal Claw for Brock, but you got nothing for Misty. I don't even know if you get Dragon Rage at a low enough level to make a difference against Misty. I don't think you do. Let's see. I'll probably go to like level 12. No, you're thinking of Let's Go. Fire Red, Leaf Green, it works fine, but Let's Go, the guy at the front of the gym has all of those annoying extra stipulations. Nope. You can pull up the video, but I've played through Fire Red and Leaf Green literally over a dozen times. There's no one who randomly stops you from battling Brock without a super effective option. That is a Let's Go exclusive thing. In Fire Red and Leaf Green, you can walk into the gym and get your butt whooped. Oh, no, he just went the wrong way then. You can get a Nido from the route west of Oh, geez. Where is blue? I can't even remember. Okay, Earth, Kanto... Viridian City. If you travel to Viridian City and head west to Route 22, I believe, there's a patch of grass where you can catch... Hang on, wait, what? How do I have such clear memories of the Nidos? Okay, I'm actually looking at it now, and apparently I'm wrong. Hold up. Since when are the Nidos not on that route? Kanto Route 22. That's Gen 1, that's Gen 2, Gen 3. Huh. Okay, well, I would have bet my life savings that they were there, but apparently I was thinking of the Let's Go encounters. I stand corrected. You were right. Though, to be fair, if I attempted it, I would probably just cheat in a Nido for that first matchup. Radiant City. Huh. But yeah, you're right. Okay, now I need to navigate back to where I was. You do get a like, you don't get any other ground types early game. The next one that comes along is Geodude or Onix. I think both are available in Mount Moon. I could be wrong. It could just be Geodude available in Mount Moon. Diglett is a little bit down the line. But it is a while until you get other ground types. That said, I feel foolish now. Both are? Yeah. Like, Brock is a piece of cake with a Nido. I just don't know why I... Yeah. Before Brock, nothing, it looks like. Too many generations of Pokemon in my head. I would have sworn up one side and down the other that there were Nidos in that grass patch, but no, Gen 3 is the one generation where there aren't. Gen 1 ground only. That could actually make it more manageable. Because I think Misty is a bit worse in Gen 1, since she doesn't have Water Pulse. So yeah, who knows, maybe I'll go back to Gen 1 for a ground-only run. I can't actually even remember if... Oh, I've still got the screen covered. Hang on. So yeah, they are in that grass patch in Gen 1, and I'm assuming we still get access to it at the same time. But at that point, I would have to deal with the Gen 1 Mito's movesets in order to get through Brock without an ability. I mean, I could always try a height lock back in Fire Red or Leaf Green, and that could be interesting. I'm a big fan of the height lock setup, but it doesn't really matter. I don't have, like I said, I don't have any really good ideas for Fire Red, Leaf Green Nuzlocke, which is sad because I love those games. It doesn't help that a lot of the good ideas that there are have already been done. Like normal only, poison only, bug only, all of those have been done by Flygon HG alone. Grass only might be interesting, but Blaine is a really big issue at that point. I could probably get away with going and doing a few more trainer battles at this point. Next time I have to go to the Pokemon Center, I'll go and do some trainer battling. Oh, and I need to visit Professor Elm because he wants to give me something. I think. I think he gives me a reward for it. Yeah, the issue isn't so much that Flygon has done them, it's that I've watched his runs, and I don't just want to do a run that I've seen someone else do. I mean, that's partly why I haven't done... that's partly why I haven't watched his ground-only video in HeartGold or Soul Silver. Because that's an idea that I'd kind of like to do at some point. Oh, I have to put Togepi up front. Everstone. Well, that's worthless. Anyway. Oh, I can just deposit money. Hey, what is... change? Ah. Take 2 on turtles only, yes. Frog only is one that should happen at some point. Someday I'll do my frog only Nuzlocke. Okay, we're gonna go and take care of some trainers, earn some money. That'll be good for our mom. She'll be able to get us items. Dang it. Every time this happens, I just have to reset the game. I have been doing a tricky one. Something I've noticed that's actually frustrated me a little bit. Because the first hardcore Nuzlocke YouTuber that I started watching was actually Keegan J. And big fan of his stuff, but it does kind of annoy me that he seems to have gone away from hardcore Nuzlockes. And I think it's because some of the other things, like just regular monotype runs, do better with the algorithm. But, like, I do miss the hardcore Nuzlockes, especially with... There's one particular one that I was kind of sad he didn't do as a hardcore Nuzlocke, and that tends to be the thing, is... Several of his runs lately, I've been like, that could have been a hardcore Nuzlocke, and it would have been really cool to see how you did it. But it has given me the opportunity to steal some of his runs. For example, Fire Only in Scarlet and Violet is something that I've been doing in my off time. And that one's actually quite fun. The biggest obstacle so far has been the Flying Titan. Weirdly enough, that is the hardest challenge in the run so far. And it has given me the chance to use my favorite strat in Scarlet and Violet Nuzlocking, which is getting a Pokemon to follow you halfway across the map so you can catch it from an area that you haven't caught a Pokemon in. And again, nothing against Keegan J. His videos are tons of fun, and he can make the content he wants to make. That's all good. It just won't necessarily interest me as much. And that's kind of just my prerogative. Okay, we got a Rattata and a Zubat with this dude. Yeah, we should be able to handle that. Except I don't have Scratch on anymore, so we'll mix in someone else. Butter, you can keep picking up. Speed EVs. Yeah, poor Turtwig. To be fair, you want to hear something crazy? I think I posted about this in the Discord, so you might have seen my post there. I think you're in the Discord. Monkeys only is so close to being possible, but there isn't a single game that has more than 4 lines of monkeys. Okay, this is Picnic or Liz. She has a Nidoran, but all it has is Scratch. It's a female, so it doesn't have Peck. Yes, as long as Turtonator is there. I actually really like Turtonator. It's one of the reasons that I want to do Dragons only in Ultra Sun, or Ultra Moon. Okay, see, this guy we don't want to take on with the guy down here below us, we don't want to take on with Paris. Because he's got Nidoran male, and that has Pack. But Turtonator is definitely one of my favorites from Gen 6. It's just a fun design. think this guy might have... Yeah, he has a gold beam, so we probably want to switch to something else once we're into the battle here. So this thing has pen. Okay, that's level 17. Squirtle, Turtwig, Shuckle, Torkoal, Caracosta, and Dreadnought. Alright, we'll take... While I'm thinking about it, we're going to go and take on Hiker Anthony. Every gen has a turtle. Nice. Yeah, it's so wild. There are actually so many monkeys. There are like 15 different lines of monkeys. Like, 3 of them are legendaries, 2 of them are starters. And I think that includes the legendary monkey that's being released in the Scarlet Violet DLC. I can take this guy with Toad. Onyx is manageable. But there isn't a single generation where a monkey-only run actually seems manageable, because there are only 2 generations that have more than 2 of them. Generation 5 and Generation 9 have 4 monkey lines apiece. And between the 2, I'd probably go with Generation 9. Oh, let's see here. I've actually got this on a sticky note. Hold up. Oh. Monkey. We have the Mankey line, the Apom line, Slacking at the end of the Slackoth line. The previous ones are sloths, but Slacking is an ape. Abomasnow. Pansage, Panseer, and Panpour, Darmanitan, Oranguru, Passimian, Grookey, Zarude, Grafai, and Monkey Dory. So, is that 15, or am I misremembering the count? Yep, that is 15. Abomasnow is a Yeti. Look, I try to be inclusive in my planning. But yeah, Abomasnow is a Yeti. And Yetis are believed to be a primate. Until someone finds a Yeti that isn't a primate, then... And to be clear, I was going with primates, not strictly monkeys, because that would have trimmed it down. And I did ignore the stuff that is vaguely human, because that's always a bit of a gray area. You can't really tell... Like, okay. If we started including everything that is somewhat human, then a lot of stuff gets added, because we've got semi-human bugs, semi-human birds, semi-human plants. That opens a can of worms that I'm not prepared to deal with. But yeah, it somewhat works. You have to understand, I was pretty desperate to find entrance into the list so that I could actually find a run where it was possible. And even finding 15 different lines, I couldn't make it work. 2 different starter Pokemon are monkeys. And yet neither of those give valid options. Because in the generations with Chimchar, Apom is the only other option. Yeah, Zarude was in there. It's a legendary, so I wouldn't have actually used it, but it's a legendary and it has really exceptional stats. And it might have been event only. I really didn't pay attention there. Hang on. This guy... A child refuses to trade phone numbers with him, and he says he might just go into seclusion on a mountain. Like, what the crap? Oh wait, no, I'm definitely not going to battle you again. Event exclusive legendary. Fair enough. So yeah, funnily enough, one run that does seem potentially possible is bears only in Pokemon Sword or Shield. Because you get 4. And it might be slightly more now that I've got the DLC, but I don't think so. I think it is only 4. You get Cubchoo, Pansage... Or, not Pansage. Cubchoo, Pancham... No, Stuffle, Pancham, Snorlax, and I think Cubchoo. Yes, I have a list of... I have multiple sticky notes devoted to theory crafting Pokemon runs. There is technically a 5th one in Sword and Shield, but it's Cubfu. So, considering what that evolves into, it's debatable whether you should legally allow it. But no, Pancham, Stuffle, Snorlax, and Cubchoo, I believe, are the definitely legal options in Sword and Shield. Look, words are difficult, okay? What can I say? Words hard. Unfortunately, I don't think I want to try and deal with the fire breathers here in the cave, so that might be it for trainer battles so far. I guess I could go and take on a couple more random people in Bugsy's gym. That's an option. Again, I'm literally just trying to earn money so that my mom can buy things. Because I'd really like to have a choice scarf at some point in this process. Okay, so this first guy has a Caterpie and a Weedle. That shouldn't actually be an issue. It's so slow. Oh my. I will say, Lowest Percent doesn't post that often, but their content tends to be good. I think the trainer that I haven't faced in there is actually just Paris. So I should probably be fine to do that. Bye. I'm quite fond of the Twilight Princess low percent run explanation. Just a couple of Paris munching each other to death. Funnily enough, they've improved that route slightly so that you don't have to stare at rupees quite as long. Like, you still stare at rupees for the same reasons, it's just you can find there are apparently faster setups for it. So that you don't have to stare at rupees. So that you shave a few hours off of the rupee staring. Okay, anyway, let's finish training Toad up to the level cap, and we'll probably go ahead and push Butter close to the level cap. I'm just trying to think on whether I can... Yeah, I'm aware, but we get a couple of Pokemon before then. I'm not going to edge Toad or... I'm not going to edge Toad or Penny toward the level cap. Just... I want to make sure that as much of this battle as possible, Butter is at level 18, because this Scyther is genuinely the most dangerous thing that I see in this entire run prior to the Elite Four. Everything else, I believe that we can manage pretty dang well. Oh, why am I... Yeah, Bugsy is the hardest wall in most HeartGold, Soul Silver runs. Like, by a good margin. Funnily enough, Flygon HG's rock-only run is probably the only run that I can think of where Bugsy isn't a massive wall. Yeah, Bugsy is actually trivial when all you're using are rock types. Funnily enough. Even then, that's not quite true, because it's worth remembering that if Bugsy crits a couple of U-turns, he can muscle through a lot of rock types. It's just that by that point you have Onyx as well as Geodude if you're doing rock only. Yeah. His ace is 4 times weak to rock. It is definitely the best option for that. I'm going to go ahead and drop Stun Spore in exchange for Poison Powder. The reason being, we have... Should I, though? This is actually a tricky call, because both of these could have potential, and both of these could get thrown out. Especially because I'm thinking I might drop Stun Spore on Butterfree in exchange for Roost. You know what? Leech Life is ridiculously weak. I'm actually just gonna go ahead and drop it. Yeah, but even then, Bugsy's Scyther legitimately has a chance to muscle through rock types with back-to-back crits from U-turn. Especially if, say, Weedle manages to get in a sneaky poison on a missed rock type move. It's insane. It's not a monkey, it's a primate. Or a primate. I can never remember how it's pronounced. Look, I had to stretch it a little bit, okay? I was trying to find a run where it would work. Maybe it could work in Scarlet and Violet now with the DLC releasing, but even then, I don't know how many Pokemon there'll be available in the general overworld, and how many will just be in the DLC area. Thank you for clarifying. Look, my brain doesn't necessarily work at full power. And I've had a lot of slow and relatively boring grinding today. Don't count me out, though. I still think I've got more than enough brain power to execute a reasonable strategy against Bugsy and his Bug-type Pokemon. Imagine having a team of all Bug types. What a loser. Anyway, time to teach Roost to Butterfree, especially because I don't actually know if there are any other Pokemon that we get that can learn Roost. Hold up. I don't know if any of our other teammates, probably Venomoth, but that's about it. Beedrill could if we catch one, but we don't want to. Venomoth. Venomoth would be a decent choice, as would Scyther. Oh, that's a bit of a tricky call, because being able to get Roost on Scizor would actually be pretty amazing for setup. Hang on, I'm going to do a quick Bulbapedia search. TMs. Gen 4. Gen 4 TM's Bulbapedia. There we go. Okay, so Roost TM51 is only available through defeating Falkner. Which means we get exactly one Roost TM. Oh, that's a tricky call. Yes, I did see his meme video with no species clause. The thing is, genuinely, having 5 Gyarados on the team gives you no benefit over having, say, 2. There's no reason to have that many when you could get other things. And I think that was part of his point, was doing a ridiculous meme rather than something that actually made sense. Okay, so just to double check. Yeah, Scyther can learn it by TM. Weirdly enough, I think Scizor can actually learn, like, Morning Sun, just if you catch it in Pokemon XD. Something like that. Okay. The thing is, I think I have to take this the smart way and go with Roost on Butter. As much as it would be nice to have the TM for Roost on to give Scizor easier setup opportunities, I don't think I can actually justify it. Yeah, let's go for it. Butter, it is time to learn how to Roost. In place of Stun Spore. And I know that's questionable, because Stun Spore is really good on Butter, but I'm pretty sure I'm going to want to use... I'm gonna want to use Sleep Powder and Harden to set up on Caterpie if I get a chance. Okay, now let's talk items. Butter already has Citrus Berry, which is exactly what I want. But Penny will probably want something else, maybe Citrus Berry, and Toad is definitely going to want to replace Miracle Seed with... Actually, this is going to be a weird choice, but... You need a Pecha Berry on the chance that it gets poisoned against Weedle. Because if Weedle comes in and I want to set up on that at a time that I don't have Butter already in, I'm going to want to put it to sleep before Butter comes in. Hang on, how many hit points do you have? Okay, an Oran Berry will do the same as a Citrus Berry this time. Oh, wait, so why did I give you a Citrus Berry? Oran Berries have somewhat limited use in the late game. Wildly enough, Bugsy and I are going to be running pretty similar strategies. Just if you think about it, we're both opening with our best Pokemon. Because that is our best chance of, like, that gives us the momentum that we need. I don't actually remember what Spiritom's shiny looks like. Alright. Here we go. We'll do a last minute check. Oh, it becomes blue. I can imagine that would be pretty sweet. Just picturing it. It sounds pretty snazzy. Oh yeah. Look at that. Look at how little XP it takes to get to the next level with Penny. Okay, so we've got Toad. Butter's close to the level cap. Toad and Penny are well below. We're leading with Butter. Butter has Gust, Roost, Harden, and Sleep Powder. Toad has Spore, that's pretty much it. Spore and Stun Spore. And Penny has Leech Light. Penny has String Shot, Poison Sting, Nightshade. Some options. Okay. Here we go. Oh, I'm gonna drop a save state. I think I already saved, but... you know, best to play it safe. This has been glitching a little bit, and if it glitches in the middle of this match, I'm actually going to be really mad. Knock on wood. Although I think that might be fake wood, so I'm not sure how well that works. Okay. First things first, we just need to see if we outspeed. We do not outspeed. We're going to start using some Hardens. I'm going to see if I can get 2. Okay, now we're just going to fire a few Sleep Powders. It's risky because it could crit and that would do a lot of damage. But... woke up, it leered us back to neutral. I'm just going to go for 2 Hardens at a time. Just to have a bit of a buffer if it starts going for quick attacks. Okay. Stayed asleep an extra turn. I took a chance there and went for Gust. I might be going a bit overboard with sleep powders right now. Okay, we should be good to take it out now. If we use Gust, it'll survive, Bugsy will heal, but we have the guaranteed sleep turns. I don't think it can KO us from this range. Oh, it has an item. That's actually kind of helpful, because that might keep Bugsy from healing. I woke up, I used Focus Energy. Okay, it could have U-turned out, which would have been a bit annoying. Especially because if it U-turned out, we would probably just kill the switch-in. No reason to learn Supersonic. Okay, and just like that, we are through the challenging part of Bugsy. I realize that there is more of Bugsy to go, but none of it is an issue, even slightly. I'm not actually sure that Nightshade will finish from this range, so let's Leech Life for a little bit more chip. That way we don't have to deal with Bugsy going for potions. There really isn't. Like, the strategy that Bugsy's AI has is send in Scyther, do massive damage with U-turn, bring in stuff to die, repeat. Kakuna and Metapod are literally just there to die quickly so that Bugsy will come, so that Scyther will come back in. It's actually not that. It's actually not that bad an idea. Like, if you're a casual player, you're likely to kill them off quickly and then be punished for it. Because they're actually really easy to abuse. Oh, yes. This was a long haul, but I think now that we're past Bugsy, I'm saying this before we've actually finished the match, but there is nothing he can do. There is no level of luck that could have him somehow magically win this matchup. At this point. There was definitely a level of luck that could have had him magically win the matchup, but it didn't, and that's what matters. U-turn. Now that's one that we're going to keep around because that will be one of the best stabs that we can get on one of our later Pokemon, probably. Weirdly enough, a lot of bug types can't actually learn U-turn. But if we manage to get a Scyther, which isn't guaranteed, I should probably clarify this. There's no guarantee whatsoever that we can get a hold of a Scyther. It is only available in the bug catching contest. 1 in 252 miss. That's what you're talking about there. But yeah, it is only available in the bug catching contest. You know what else is only available in the bug catching contest? Weedle and Pinsir. So it is totally possible to miss Scyther completely until the post game. I think we get access to some of the post game. Okay. I think I can go a bit longer. Anyway, let's heal up the team. And let's give them back their typical held items. Yeah. Well, Lediba is Soul Silver exclusive, I believe. Hang on. I'll double check. I've spent a decent amount of time looking at the Pokemon, or at the bug catching contest. So it's the National Park. Bug catching contest, pre-national decks. Yeah, Lediba is not in the bug catching contest in either game. But I will have to hold off on doing the bug catching contest for an extended period in order to get Venonat from somewhere else to cut down on my odds of missing Scyther or Pinsir. Scyther and Pinsir are definitely the better options there. Beedrill is just too frail to use in a lot of scenarios. Admittedly, Pinsir is basically just Walmart brand Heracross in this generation, but it's still useful. Like, it's still got good stats. Scyther is by far the best option. It's just that we cannot get it reliably. Just to run it by you. 20% chance for Weedle, 10% chance for Kakuna, 5% chance each for Beedrill, Scyther, and Pinsir. That means the odds of getting something from the Weedle line are 77%. %. Yeah. It's so bad. And I can't handle those dupes anywhere else. As far as HeartGold goes, the bug catching contest is the only way to get anything from the Beedrill line. And it's the only way to get Pinsir or Scyther. So despite everything else, I'm probably still going to wind up with a Weedle, which is so depressing, because I'd really like to have a Scyther here. Anyway, let's go ahead and pass through Ilex Forest. No, so they don't all spawn at the same level, but Repel Trick still doesn't work, because the Weedle line stuff spawns at higher levels than Scyther and Pinsir. Yeah, if we take a look here, back in the National Park, we see that Weedle 7 to 18, Kakuna 9 to 18, Beedrill 12 to 15. Scyther and Pinsir 13 and 14. Yeah, no, I looked into Repel Trick. I really did. Oh, it's just so painful. Oh, that's right, I need to teach something cut. Yeah, no, it's absurd, but what you gonna do? Anyway, Bug-type, congratulations. You will continue your role as our TM slave. Not only does picking Croconaw give us the best matchup into our rival, which is helpful in a bug monologue, it's also probably the best starter in terms of being a TM slave, or an HM slave, because I think it learns literally all of them. So yeah, there's that guy. He learns, he can teach Headbutt. But unfortunately, we don't have any Pokemon. Since Headbutt isn't required, I'm not teaching it until I get a Pokemon that can learn it naturally, which means Yanma. Literally just Yanma, the only non-Headbutt bug that can learn Headbutt. Not Whirlpool? Huh. I love how rather than an escort mission, we literally just have our Pokemon say, hey, this is the direction you should go, and she just does it, and suddenly she can find her way out. But yeah, we'll have to deal with a couple... Oh, hey, you've got a Butterfree. I've got a Butterfree. Ooh, hello, thank you. I'll take a TM. I didn't even know there was one. TM 12 is Taunt. Yeah, that could come in handy. Anyway, north exit, Route 34. Okay. Well, we're going to keep avoiding all unnecessary battles because, seriously, there's no point in us being involved in most of these battles. We'll lead with Butter. Make it easier to run away from wild Pokemon. Oh, so it does learn Whirlpool? Well, that's appreciated. Oh, I'm trying to think. I think this police officer might not actually battle you if you're passing in the daytime. So I'm going to test this real quick. To be fair, I'm not going to use breeding, but if I was doing this manually, I'd probably use that for, I'd probably use the daycare for leveling at times, just to do it safely. Oh, I do think I have to go with butter while walking past. May have been best just to leave the time change in there, but whatever. Oh, the department store, very nice. Okay, still, we made it to Goldenrod City, which I really didn't expect to happen on attempt 1. I really expected luck to go really bad during Bugsy, for no reason whatsoever. I just thought it would. Oh, and we get access to Ultra Balls now. Unfortunately for Ultra Balls, Net Balls are just strictly better. I should have picked up some extra net balls. Oh, why did I do that? If I'm only going up one floor, the stairs are faster. Next items, don't need any of that. Is it really just one thing per floor? Which department stores? It's 2. I've never really had the urge to do a map randomizer, and it's not because I even have anything against them. They look fun. It's just a lot of brain work to keep track of stuff, and I'm far too lazy for that. Flash, Protect, Nature Power, or Natural Gift, one of the Natural Gift. That's potentially very helpful. False Swipe, Light Screen, Reflect, Hyper Beam, Blizzard, Fire Blast, Thunder, Focus Blast, Solar Beam. Most of those are useless, but Protect and Natural Gift could be potentially useful. Oh, I can't rename a Pokemon I get in a trade, you say? Hang on, what did you say? Oh, on Sundays, a lady sometimes gives out TMs. I forgot about that. Let's see, it's TM 78, 21, and 27. I'm guessing that's Frustration, Return, and Captivate. Could be useful, especially Return. Frustration, less likely to be useful. Captivate has some good potential. I mean, Captivate is situationally helpful. That's about it. Like, I did manage to make use of it during my Platinum Fighting Only run. Once, during the champion fight, but still, that's a decent place to make use of it. Oh. The daily drawing I accidentally just wasted. It's TM42. Yeah, so... Oh, there are... Okay, so this is one of the places we can get Dragon Claw, which we can't use. Facade, which we could. Hang on. Why am I searching for Goldenrod when I could just search for Lottery? Charge Beam, maybe, probably not. Drain Punch, maybe. Heracross might be able to learn it, but I don't think it does. Silver Wind we could definitely use. So that's a Saturday lottery thing. I might just go ahead and give myself all of these. Flash Cannon and Shadow Claw. Yeah, I might just give myself all of the lottery items. You know, like do some off-stream grinding. Because they are useful, but I definitely don't want to actually deal with the lottery odds. Okay, so I should actually take a second and look through all of these. We get the bicycle here, not a big deal. We get the amulet coin, that's actually useful. I'm going to take a look. Items... Okay, it's in one of the locations. That's not helpful. It just says gift on Sarah B, which is annoying. Okay. Department store basement. Gotcha. But yeah, if we can manage to get Guts Heracross, and I am going to sort of try and test it, because there are a lot of places where I can get Heracross, even now. Oh, I guess I could also go back to chill music, since we're not in a gym battle anymore. But yeah, Amulet Coin is useful for when we're facing random trainers. It'll help us rack up money. Send to mama. All the department store items. And there's the gym where we get the TM for attract, which is, you know, useless. But we can zip down to the basement. But it might be on a lower level of the basement. Yeah, exactly. There are a decent number of locations where, even without Pineco, Heracross is guaranteed. But yeah, we'll probably find Pineco first. But there is something far more important before that. Did I already heal? Yes. There's the game corner. Can't really use that. Trainers underground. Is this the bike shop? No. Ah, here we are. Okay, well, we finally have something to register. Yes, you can check the town map. Need arena can only be female. Kurt does not use apricots. It's impossible to use a TM on Magikarp. Oh, I couldn't remember the name of the person that Professor Oak has a radio show with. Yes, yes, no. Yes. No. Mary. Okay, eventually we'll get to go up there. Okay. Weirdly enough, oh, my camera has gone blurry. Is it my camera that's gone blurry though, or is it actually me? Welcome back, Driftin'. And it's the Global Trade Center. No point in visiting it. Stop. I'm trying to talk to you. Okay. We can't get the squirt bottle from the flower shop. They won't give it to us until we've beaten Whitney because we're, you know, not qualified to handle a water bottle. We've got access to the name raider. Okay, and now for the big test. You know what? We might actually keep Kenya around. So real quick, the Pokemon we just got is Kenya the Spearow. And the reason I say we might actually keep her around is that she can learn Fly. And I don't think any of our bug types can. Yeah, enjoy your lurk. Enjoy your drawing. Okay, so this girl is actually tricky. She has a Vulpix, and I'm pretty sure we have to battle her if we want to get past. So that means we are going to our go-to Pokemon for dealing with anything difficult. Oh, no, we can sneak past, just barely. Okay, so we either have... I'm pretty sure we have to do the double battle, because that dude up there might just catch us regardless. So I think that's Picnicker Brooke and Camper Ivan. Or maybe it's Camper Elliot and Picnicker Brooke. I'm going to see if I can manage to get past just battling this guy. Okay, I can. Shouldn't be too much trouble. He has a Zubat, and that could be annoying, but at the same time, he's got 2 Diglett, which won't be. Because I have a grass type and a flying type. Like, Diglett can't really cause me any problems. Now, there is unfortunately a chance that we bump into the fire breather up above there. Or this dude with... or the juggler. And the juggler is actually pretty scary because it looks like he has a pretty worrisome team of Voltorb. Hang on. What area are we on? Route 35. Johto, Route 35. trainers in Gen 4. Doesn't tell me their movesets. Either way, he could be... The juggler could be a bit of a problem. And I think that's what's right there. So it looks like the lowest level one might only have charge, though. So the lowest level Voltorb might only have charge. So that might be fine. And is the police officer a trainer? Yes, they are. I think I can get past them just by having it be daytime. But on the chance that I can't, I definitely want Butter up front. And it's worth remembering that on top of all of this, we have to try and get back safely after doing this. So yeah, this guy has 2 Growlithe. Unfortunately, we got roared in. They keep getting early wake-ups is the trouble. Jeez, that was garbage. Okay, so that was technically illegal, and I really don't know why it keeps showing the numbers when I toggle the speed, but anyway. Oh, okay. We'll use our Rostberry. That was way more trouble than it should have been. And after all of that, we finally get access to the grass. Oh my gosh. Oh, and this guy has bugs, I guess. You know what? I am going to go ahead and deal with him. Just so... I don't have to worry about bumping into him while I'm running back and forth trying to get that 1% encounter chance. Alright, everyone. Welcome to the part of the stream that will be practically unwatchable. Before that happens, though, we're going to duck back here. Grab this. Alright, buckle up. And we do really need to get the Yanma. And it is a 1% encounter rate. So welcome to the rest of the stream. Yeah, hopefully it's listenable. I mean, I don't know if I'll be saying much during this portion. Like, there is so little to think about. And any brain power that I can spare has to be focused on not accidentally running away from Yanma when it eventually appears. Because I have a feeling I'm going to get into a bit of a rhythm. Because we could very realistically go through a few hundred encounters before we find one. I believe we have a... Drawing on my memory of statistics and how this would work, I believe we have about a 50% chance of getting Yanma within the first 100 encounters. Yeah, no, I don't want to be welcomed to the shiny hunting experience. I'm not a shiny hunter, and there are reasons for that. And that Abra was faster, so we didn't manage to run, but then it ran. The Abra was faster to run than we were. And the thing is, missing the encounter could actually mean throwing the entire run, because I don't know if we get access to Yanma anywhere else. I don't think we do. Hang on, I'm going to check this, because I'm curious. Nope, this is it. This is the singular location where Yanma is available in HeartGold and Soul Silver. It can show up in swarms, but I don't think swarms start happening until the post-game. Also, if we wanted a wide lens, we could just repeatedly try to encounter Yanma in order to get one. Oh, and there's absolutely nothing we can do to influence its ability, which could be Compound Eyes, which is borderline useless on it, since I don't think it learns many inaccurate moves. Or Speed Boost. Though actually, I think Compound Eyes turns into Compound Eyes turns into Tinted Lens when it evolves, so that could actually be useful. Anyway. While we're here, I'm going to cut down this tree. Nope, that just takes me to Route 36. I don't need to be on Route 36. What do you want to bet we find a shiny before we find Yanma? I realize that would be against the odds, but somehow I feel like it's gonna happen. However, if we find a shiny Yanma, I'm going to actually clip it and, like, send it to Jaden Animations. She has no idea who I am, because obviously I'm nobody, and as far as Switch is concerned, but it would just be quite funny to come across a random shiny Yanma in this run. Admittedly, I am cheating using speed up. Yeah, I don't have channel points. I wish I did. But at the same time, I think that if I... The trouble is, I think if I get affiliate, that it will actually mean that y'all start seeing ads, which as far as I can tell, you're not at this point. And I don't really want you to have to see ads. Like, I want affiliate for channel point stuff. That is literally it. No one should ever sub to me. There's no point. Like, spend your subs on someone who is actually putting a lot of effort into their streams. I'm putting in time, but that's it. Oh. But I would like channel points to do some funny stuff. I don't want y'all to have to watch ads to watch my streams. I'm not interested in streaming as a source of income. That's kind of it. Like, part of the freedom of being a very minor streamer is that I don't have to worry about the money aspect of stuff. I don't have to file taxes regarding my streams. If I start making money, then I'm gonna have to figure out the tax side of that, and that's such a waste of time for me, because I'm never going to make enough money from streams to justify that. And even if I felt like I could... Even if I felt like I could make a living streaming, which I really don't think will ever be the case, I wouldn't want to. I am perfectly happy with my 9-to-5 work-from-home position that pays the bills. Yeah, there's a definite positive to small streamers. Admittedly, I don't necessarily watch a lot of small streamers, but I don't really watch a lot of streamers in general. There are like 2 people right now who I regularly show up to their streams. I show up to Wilco0103 because I'm very involved in that community and mainly just making them suffer. No, it's a great community. Will is well worth a watch, if only for the rat army. And then I've been watching Bewildebeest a good bit lately. He runs Twilight Princess. He does some Twilight Princess speedrunning. And honestly, it's hit and miss whether I tune in for the speedrun streams, but I do quite enjoy watching his randomizers. Okay. At least that never seems to glitch hard enough for me to not be able to save and restart, but that is part of the reason I saved before I started hunting. We're on the hunt for a dragonfly. You know, speaking of dragonflies and speaking of Yanma, it is so sad that they didn't make Yanmega a bug dragon type. Like, it was right there. Come on, Pokemon. A lot of change-ups in the idea I'm not a fan of. Like, I'm genuinely completely fine with Charizard being Fire Flying type. They had good reasons for it when they initially did it, and there's no point in changing it after the fact. But Yanmega is like they should have made it a dragon type. It's a dragonfly. And as for Yanma versus Yanma, I say Yanma, but it's whatever. I have no idea if I'm right. I think the anime says Yanma, but again, it's been a while. Oh, so many encounters. I'm pretty sure we're past 100 by now. See, if I made these into videos, this is the kind of situation where I would look at the editor, or I would put a message into the editor. Please count up the number of encounters to see how many Pokemon we went through before getting a Yanma. You know, while we're here, I should actually check something. Level 12 Yanma does not have access to Sonic Boom. Okay. That is important to know. So if it had access to Sonic Boom, that would actually make it pretty risky to try and battle it in some cases. And I'd probably maybe want a citrus berry on a couple of my things. I don't actually think that would make a difference. It's a 3-hit KO on everything regardless, I believe. You know what? I'm not even going to bother saving because nothing has happened since the last time I saved. Like, we're practically in the same spot. Oh, so much fun. You know what, though? If this turns out to be the worst part of the run, it will be well worth it. Because again, I'm doing this run because I expect it to be much, much easier than the height lock was. Because the height lock was just exhausting. Okay, it's there. We have a shot. Start by using one Nightshade. Okay, it's safe to use another Nightshade. It does a set amount of damage every time. And now... You know what? If there's anything that I'm going to use a fastball on... Okay, no. Umbreon, do not click battle at this point. We got it! Oh, what are we naming you? You know what? Yeah, we'll go with that. I had another thought that I was considering, but we'll go with Anya. I like it. Oh, went to the box. Saving that one. Now for the tricky bit, we have to make it back to Goldenrod. And unfortunately that does mean passing a fire breather, who is very threatening. Juggler. Okay. Made it past both of them. And slip by that guy. Hey! Just like that. Okay, one other thing we want to do real quick. Hang on, I need to remember how to actually do this. There we go. Okay. That is everything that we had to take care of just there. So here's my plan. This is only going to be a couple more minutes. We're going to make our way back to Ilex Forest first off to pick up since time of day doesn't affect police officers in this game, apparently. I'm just going to do that. So yeah, we're going to make our way back to Ilex Forest. Have Anya learn Headbutt. Yeah, sure, drop tackle for it. Just like that. Okay, and now we're going to backtrack a little bit farther so that we can give that one dude the mail in exchange for the TM for rest. And then we will stop back in New Barktown in order to be ready to pick up some new encounters next time. Oh, I'm so glad that we got that. Oh, and I almost wandered into an extra battle. I think I may have actually cleared that dude. Yeah, I did. He had an Onyx. Brain. We might even be able to cut some stuff. As we go along. Okay. We got the TM for rest. Oh, and we can finally cut down that tree and save ourselves time. Oh, and we can cut down that. I don't think that actually helps us with much of anything. It is actually wild how much progress we've managed to make this stream without anyone dying. I mean, just take a look at the team that we've managed to put together. We have Anya, our resident headbutter, who has what ability, actually? Compound Eyes. Okay, so you'll get Tinted Lens. I'm still not sure if Tinted Lens or Speed Boost would have been the better option here, but it's kind of a shot in the dark, really. Oh, and I have gone blurry. This has definitely been one of my longer streams in recent memory. Started a little before 5 and it's almost 10. But yeah, we've got Anya, who has great visual acuity and also the ability to give us Headbutt Pokemon. We have Penny Parker the Spinnerack, who comes with impressive speed, and Nightshade, which is such a good move. Especially when you're trying to catch stuff in Nuzlocke. It's so helpful. Oh, I didn't mean to exit out of that. And I'm pretty sure Penny only had the option Swarm. We managed to track down Butter. Drifting. I'm gonna say this once. No. To be fair, I don't even think we have Thief, so we couldn't get it even if we tried. But even if we get Thief, I am just going to do that grinding off-stream. But yeah, we've got Butter here, who has been carrying us so far and will continue to be an integral part of the team, simply based on his high speed and access to very accurate sleep powder. And speaking of sleep inducers, we have Toad, who we lucked into getting the dry skin ability, which is very helpful. But we also have access to a variety of useful moves, we get a bit of grass coverage, and 100% accurate sleep and Spore, which is very nice. They've all even got at least decent natures. Butter's minus defense is a bit annoying, but hey, I'll take it. It's better than minus speed, and we got plus special attack. Penny, again, I would have preferred to not take a defense hit, but it's better than minus attack, and we got plus speed. And Anya and Toad are both neutral natures, which we'll take those. That's very nice. I'm actually curious real quick. We're gonna drop a save so that I can take a look at their IVs. It would have, to be fair, it would have been very cool if we had... Look, I'm just a blurry person, okay? Why can't you people accept me in all of my blurriness? Okay, I'm going to take a look at the IVs on the Pokemon now. Crack open PK Hex. Okay, so if we take a quick look. Toad has very high HP and attack. Dang. 30 HP, 30 attack, 31 attack. Defense and speed are core, but speed was never going to be good on a Paris anyway. We already looked at Butter, who has in the 20s across the board with 29 special attack, so that's just great, honestly. Penny, bit disappointing on attack with only 9, and 26 special attack is going to go to waste. But still perfectly usable, and 19 speed IVs on top of a plus speed nature, it works. Like, we can work with that. Okay, Anya is looking particularly frail from the special side. That is a 0 special defense IV and 7 HP IVs. So Anya isn't going to be taking special hits anytime soon. But 30 attack, 30 defense, 17 special attack, 23 speed, that... You know what? We can work with that. We can definitely work with that. I am perfectly happy there. Oh, and Anya gets Hidden Power Bug. Okay. So if we need a Bug-type move on her... and Butter gets Hidden Power Electric. That's not bad either. I think Natural Gift will probably be better for electric coverage if we need it generally, but hey, could come up. Who knows? You know what? I couldn't be much happier with how this run has started. We managed to get through Bugsy without death. We managed to eventually track down a Yanma. And I think that Compound Eyes is probably the better ability with Tinted Lens coming up after Evolution. Oh yeah, everything's going to go downhill next time, but we do have... It's worth noting that we do have some options, especially... So, for example, we can do some scouting for Heracross. You know what? I'm gonna pull this up. Now, let's see. Butterfree, Spinarak, Paris, Yanma, Heracross, and Pineco. So Heracross and Pineco are the Headbutt Pokemon that we're getting access to now. So, Heracross is available as far as routes that we've actually got access to. I don't think we can get on to route... Oh, hi, Ethan. Yeah, we can't actually get access to route 28, but let's zoom in here a bit. We have access to route 33. We have access to Azalea Town. And I think those are the only areas right now. Maybe Route 46. I can't quite remember there. If that's one of the random ones that we can get access to at a slant. But, like, we've got some headbutt trees that we can attempt to track it down on. And here in New Barktown, we can pick up Pineco, which will make it easier to check for Heracross on Route 33 and in Azalea Town, I think. Maybe not. Might be the only encounter, might be the only option in Azalea Town. And the thing is, we can leverage this a bit. See, if we take a look at Toad here, Toad is carrying Stun Spore. So if we send Toad into battle, have it take a hit to see how much damage Heracross is doing, have it use Stun Spore, and then take another hit, we have a chance of scouting for Guts, which would be very helpful to have. So we'll try the two encounters that we have access to. I will double check and make sure that we don't have access to any more. Oh wait, you know what? We do have access to Route 46. That's that one right above Route 29. That's the one that we were grinding on back at the start. So yeah, we have 3 areas where we can try for a Guts Heracross. So we have some possibilities there to manipulate things to our advantage, which is gonna be really helpful. So yeah, that's it for today, folks. We're gonna be back tomorrow with Butter and the Bugs. Thanks for hanging out, people. I appreciate y'all, and I hope to see you next time. Later, folks.